Hello, folks. Welcome and welcome back to epistemic-gnomes. Today we'll continue doing the rig. And actually, yes, this is regarding the skeleton, the armature object. It is almost ready to be shared publicly. Yes, I would place in my Gumroad. But there are some more automations that I would like to fix. Some things on the head are not solved. And if I can get a base mesh, a bit like that, to be... yeah, so the problem is that I cannot just separate this project right now because whichever update I will be doing this, it would not update on the other one. Unless... oh yes, there is something that might be doable. Let's try something here. I'm gonna start a new file. We're gonna delete all this and we're gonna link. Yeah, we can use the asset library system. Let's see. Shift F1. Shift F1, okay. This one, then characters. So yeah, she will come with all the other things. I would like just to have the... so probably need some library override here. Make selected and content. But can I never tried this. Can I unlink specific parts of it, like this, for example? Cannot unlink collection matrix parented to another linked parent to another linked costume. All right, what if I... still not. What if I make local? Something like that. Like, see, instance to scene, yeah, at my work, yeah. So, now, but then it becomes still there, right? No, let's Control Z this. So that will be nice. I could have just this armature object here, just the skeleton that is updating, and then I could always at any time... okay, so this is something that... okay, ID data, let's try make local. Ah, that seems to have worked. Okay, then we make ID data make local. We're getting the... of course it would be nice to have some cloth assets, but no, this is a default thing. Maybe some cloak I could try to maintain just as a bonus asset, but we're gonna... yeah, let's make all these. Make all these. Then we delete. Then we... so this is not affecting the original stuff. So here we could perhaps just keep this cloak. Yes, I think it's the only thing that... maybe a belt asset. Why not? The skirt is not ready. All the rest is not... maybe not too interesting. Maybe the boots. Yeah, maybe the boots because of the rig. So we're gonna... let's also change this material. Okay, we will need to do this for the whole body, right? Yeah, so this is what I want to do actually. let's yeah, we can make all this. Enable to okay, so apparently there will be a problem here, but probably I can, yeah, I can delete, maybe I can delete and recreate it. Yeah, so we are in the getting something here. Gonna save this already as, yeah, can be here for now, like read model, yeah, Gumroad rig model template. And I'm not sure what will happen as I update the armature object, but we're gonna, probably we can access it from the, okay, so here we have some stuff. Costume, alright, so here, the hair, of course, it will be different. We're gonna, this is a geometry nodes thing. No, sorry, this is not the geometry nodes thing. So this just has some hair, symmetric, yeah, so we can keep this for now, but we're gonna, yeah, actually we're gonna change this, so we're gonna actually make local. This I'm not sure right now. Mouth, not now. Eyes, not now, but certainly at some point. And proxy, also let's keep like this because we're gonna keep changing this stuff. So this thing, yeah, I need to be changing this mesh, but actually there are still waves to be changed here, so maybe this is a bad thing. I have to relink stuff, but at least now I know how this can be achieved. Why it is so laggy? Oh, this scene doesn't have the simplify thing. Okay, we need to simplify settings here. Okay, it changed everything. Yeah, so let's make a quick test here. And I make a highlight because this sounds pretty interesting. So making updating data from updating branch data from linked rigged model. Yeah. Okay, so what this is about, it's very simple. Basically, this is, the problem is the following. I have a rigged model character, which is this one, but it's not exactly in this scene. The real, where it comes from, this is a different file. Where it comes from, let's use some add extension here, where it is, item, edit library link. Let's try to address here. So you see this the original character with lots of features, right? The stuff from the original character. But I want to share the armature object, which is not 100% clear here, finished. And I would like also to share a base mesh based somewhat on this character design, but different, something more different, more universal, let's say like this, more generic. And then, but I want, because I'm still working on this armature object and even the waves, yeah, I would like to have stuff here to be updating on this the other file that I was creating that will be shareable. So the problem is that, okay, let's create some data here. So just so you see I'm updating here, and I'm gonna, don't need to save because this has some sort of auto save, right? So then we go to the item, return to, okay, auto save, return to original file, and here you go. So you see the armature object is updating. However, I've made local several stuff here, and the way this is achieved, for example, oh, they seem to have, no, some are deleted, some reappeared. No, I'm just confusing. Yeah, apparently some, or I didn't save, I don't know. But the way to do this, let's say for example, I want to take off this Space Marines costume. I don't want to share them. They come in the linked collection, right, which is the asset. The entire collection of the rigged model is a asset, except for grease pencil, model sheet, and custom shapes. They don't need to be in this collection. They are linked otherwise. At least the custom shapes, right? The widgets. So they don't need to be here. So that's why we don't care about them here. Still, they are showing here. Maybe I should bring them for the custom shapes in this case for sharing this. Otherwise, this will be, yeah. So I'll have to make a special thing there, but this will be later. So what we need here is to the technique. I just checked here. So you need to make some, let's say that I want to delete all this. So I'm gonna select all, and gonna right mouse button click, ID data, make local. So now not only I can, yeah, I can't edit it, but I can delete them. And so that means that this, so you see the armature, although we have made changes to, we cannot change the armature, but even although the library override, but we can pose, right? And the parenting, the waves, everything is working, but we don't, I want to change some of this data. So the mesh data of the, to create a base mesh, but we can't do this here. So I think there might be another operator here, like make single user, and link will take it off, right? It's like deleting. Let's try to, I'm gonna save here just because I don't want to delete it yet, because it will be still updating in my original source file. So this is the cool thing, and when it is finished, then this will be sort of ready, right? But before this is ready, I can make iterations, unfinished versions, right, as I please, and keep this progressive linked extra stuff, right? So maybe I already did some mistakes here. This thing doesn't seem to be linked, but I can't edit it, so this is weird. So we're gonna just try to this other operator here, make single. No, we can't do anything. So here maybe it's something else. Relations, make local, selected object, yeah, everything here. Now it is, now this is indeed original, right? So you can call this generic body, but this this doesn't yeah, mesh object, generic body. So This probably I'll undo later because I'm still gonna have to wave paint a lot of stuff to make this real good finished. So probably I don't know how you're gonna reconnect the data here, but the fact if that is that I could, for example, from this updated armature object, I can shift D. I can, and there we go. So this I can bring to another scene. I don't know what I do with this. I need to bring this to another blend file, right? And this is what I want to. So then I brick this thing. I make not here. I totally brick it. All is for all stuff in the scene. I think it's very dangerous. So it's just, I think it's just this one. And so now I can share this. And when I make updates, I just have to reduplicate, do the same process here. And so the now annoying thing is that I need to append this to another. Yeah, so you could call this like armature generic. Yeah, generic skeleton, yeah, generic rig. And then I could yeah, just append it or other. Yeah, I don't want to. So this is like the exporter file, and so now this actually is ready to, even though it's not completed, targets will be messed up, right? Let's save this thing here actually, and let's make, yeah, another new. Object, and just bring the armature generic rig. And oh, interestingly, it forced, okay, this is good. It forced the, and for some reason also bring this, but this is just okay. We're gonna, yeah, it brings some data that is not required, like this will gonna bring in other iteration, but it bring the widgets. What is this? Empty circle. Yeah, just for widgets, right? So we're gonna put all this into widgets. The names are, yeah, probably need to change all these. Some data that might be with, like, for example, here we have some armature door data, so we can change this to and probably there will be other stuff that will be good to rename, especially all these. We just took yeah, a lot of other characters names, so I need to erase this, make it well organized. But here we get indeed a so link generic rig, widgets. We could use, I don't know, this, and then here just to keep organized, we add new collection. So yeah, my idea is already, I can share this today after the stream. So this will be like armature generic rig, yeah, and place it here. And let's hide this thing. I don't like this setup. Let's do this. And why it's this collection? Don't need this. And yes, so this is work in progress. This one is not linkable. You see, it's a bit tedious to do the updates, but this is the master puppeteering skeleton for 3D animation. Also, I believe it has retained the properties. Yes, it has here. It's all the setup. So probably we can. Not sure about the. Oh yeah, there we go. We have the rig UI is no. This is. It's not the applied one. The applied one would be. This is configuration, right? Oh, it is here. Okay, because there's now a script that is being yeah, the collections are bugged out, so there are a lot of problems that need to be for the shareability, but in principle it's not too hard to fix. It's just tedious. I have to make some notes take notes of the basic revisions. The real features that are lacking in this armature object is the yeah, the bones here are not carrying waves themselves. Depends on the mesh data, right? Vertex groups. But that's why we need the version with the base mesh. Then we have object modifiers, the one I use for the cartoon rig, and I will be able to post this with all the features, and that will be cool. Then I want to make a video where I explain how we can pose this, how we control what are the features of this rig and how it can be controlled. Yeah. So right now. Yeah, so the master puppeteering skeleton project. So here the future will certainly bring new features for this, and maybe at some point I believe, I hope as soon as possible, there will be a better feature that will substitute, if not everything that I've done here, lots of things here. For a good rig like that for Blender 3D animation. Okay. So this, yeah, I intend to share it. Even it's not complete, I'll call it like a version, version, yeah, C version 1.0, right? So it's like something like that. And I think then that's it. So let's return now to the stuff that we're doing. Yeah, so basically, so you'll be able to assess those things. Yourself, and maybe check for yourself, copy, take some of these ideas for rigging for good, or at least what I think are improvements on certain rigging features. Okay, so here of things we can do with custom rigging in Blender. So the lemma of this thing, we need to do some texture painting, some base waves, maybe some automations for the face, some fixing on the face, but we'll start with actually the character design on the face, because there is something that I forgot. I've edited the model sheet and the mesh. There are some distortions that I need be fixed, delicate stuff, but currently for the face. So this top view here, and basically should be better with the subdivision here. And actually it's more likely I would need another angle here. So in this case I want to see the subdivision like maybe like this, so I can see the final output. This might lag a little, but we need to get through this. I will try to get also, I just need for this the top view, so I don't need more stuff clustering. We're gonna see how the face will change. So if there's anything too evil that happens, we can actually visualize. I need to be looking at here as I push this. This will probably displace some of the... Oops, this is not the right vertex. Okay, so making the forehead a bit more rounded here with the subdivision surface modifier in on highlight, right? The temples, we can probably expand the skull a bit like here. Why not? Make it a bit more elongated here, like a train. Okay, and then if I... Okay, simplify doesn't work here, so it's really... Okay, so you see this is very weird, right? The mesh, the vertex positionings, but it doesn't matter because what matters here is the is how it will look like. So any minute addition here that is welcomed, but we can't spend too much time on this. We just want to fix the gross effect. So this yeah, see, this thing doesn't look good. Apparently this vertex is... No, there's another vertex here I don't see. Maybe it's this one. Okay, there's this and there's this. Yeah, it's just I have too little mesh to work in here. Maybe this is a bit too far behind. It might be following an ancient curvature. So try to match a little, right? Where is this from? Oh, this is from the... Okay, from the thigh. Not relevant here. Try to harmonize this curvature a little. And then it's detailed because we are seeing that it seems to be fine now. Okay, so now have this. Could be that it looks like too much enlarge. Yeah, there's something a bit weird, so let's try to make some adjustments here. Okay, with the hair, this wouldn't be any more trouble. So I think this is safe now. Maybe expand this one a little. And that's it. And then we have the muzzle. This one is very dangerous to play with this. No, actually, currently not that dangerous. See, this curvature is terrible. We're gonna... So also here, too sharp, right? Gonna try to... get those things, follow this curvature. You see how this is deepening? So you're gonna bring a lot of stuff. This will probably end up unsnapping mesh from the eyes, the eyelids, but it's okay. We can re-snap them. So as long as I'm getting the right, so yeah. So you see this, now you're gonna make this rounded from the top. We barely see anything, but we see that I'm jumping the vertices. And then we are able to see the curvature. So this is, it doesn't need to be exactly this one. We can play a little here with the character design with this mesh. What is it now? Maybe it's this one. Yeah. It is, what cannot happen is that this thing cannot just be deepening, like below the, yeah, behind the forehead. It needs to be wider, right? It needs to be more consistent. Keeps its consistency. And so here also, this one will be easier, I believe, because it's just, then we should respread this, rearrange, right? Rearrange this, the geometry here. Yeah, so always when making changes to this part of the geometry, it can very easily disrupt this kind of yeah, this curvature. So without having the reference of the character design from the top, like I just can't see it. I don't know what's... I have difficulty to do it correctly. Maybe I should just... Well, I don't need... at some point I don't need the model shit anymore. I know, okay, have a nice curvature here, and then try to mimic somewhat that same curvature there, right? So it's not... it's just that I need to look at the top view on occasions, right? If I change this mesh geometry. And then of course these changes don't guarantee that where is this from? This I think is the thigh again. Yeah, this change here won't guarantee that that the shape, this is the dangerous part. What if by doing this change the character looks horrible in 3D views, right? So you have some adjustments to make, but it is very important to consider that actually there is one curvature here which leads from the top view. And it seems to be, yeah, we could consider that it's this one, yeah. We can also assess it from the side view. Okay, maybe, yeah, this one is going here. So it's actually, okay, this one is actually helpful. This one, which is the first that tries to reach for that structure there. And why do I have this edge crease here? We're just gonna erase this vertex crease. We already have it here. We don't need this competition. Probably this happened when I was doing some all right, so there was a little disruption, right? But we're gonna try to, now it is possible also that I'll have to try to reassess the curvature, that same curvature, from the bottom part. So if this is the leading one, right, so we can, but I don't have the same, so I need to abstract a little. The idea is just to make this smooth enough, right, rounded enough. The arrangement must be good for the forms. And we need to also have a good shape, right? So probably I can push this a little more here to improve this curvature of the cheeks. And we have some too sharp stuff this because of this change. I don't know what I can do to improve right now these things. Because of this star pole here. This is where it could come in handy in trying to dissolve some face. I don't know. So the here the topology is not helping. So by sliding them along that edge, that won't cause too much. I see this is not very good. There are certainly ways to get this better, but maybe I'll have to make another change to the mesh topology here. It's almost working, except that we seem to have lost some. I'm not liking the silhouettes very much that I'm seeing here. I think this causes some challenge, but we need to check also this on the whole state, right? With the all features, then we will be able to actually visualize a little better. I think, but I feel it feels like it was a bit better before. But it still works. Yeah, this is okay. So these are progressive developments that need to be done for character design. Fortunately, these small changes, unless they are mesh topology stuff, some rearrangements here won't compromise the mouth rig, the lips rig, the face rig. They are safe to do. Let's say they are if there's not too much, they are like at least 80% safe to do. So it is this is good. Not the end of the world. So this is why I don't need to have the perfect model right here to start right to complete I can delay some perfectionism, let's say like that, for the future if I want to improve some elements, because I know they are not they could be better. And yes, I really want to make the character design as good as possible. However, this is just a never-ending story, right? So you need to define some stuff. So it's good to look for this kind of strategy where you have ways to go further, and if you want to keep tweaking stuff, you can. It will not necessarily mean that you have to rework everything for the rig. So this is the dream, right? One simple dream of making those stuff, right? Is that you could make change that will be more adaptive. That will auto adapt to wouldn't need to be redoing everything if you make some change, strategic change to any part of the project which came before, which comes from before, right? In a pipeline, right? We have a bit more edge crease here. Let's fix this. For some reason, this is yeah. There's a vertex crease in the chin. Good. Assessing this edge crease. This is the jawline. We can improve this maybe. Curvature seems a bit ugly. Let's try to modify this thing. Yeah, so the jawline meets in there, the lower of the ear. And this face here, maybe we can place it or like here. This is too many stuff depending on it, right? We could try different setup here, but it's not very important, right? I think something there is... It's probably an eyeball. I'm not sure what is that. I better try to hide it from the edit mode. Can try to align this a little more to the ear, yeah, so it's makes this structure a little better. This part of the temple, let's see if there's anything we can... Maybe this a little more to the side. Now, this smoothing without looking at everything can be dangerous. Alright, now that we have fixed this positioning, it's really time to... Oh, there's another thing I just remember from the model sheet. Indeed, we're gonna try to solve this side view here of the neck. And yeah, this ball here, it's like a bulging here. It's I can't find a way to solve this in the model sheet, right? So it just look weird. The necks get too long, but from the back of the neck we're gonna... But we don't care. We're gonna try to get this curvature a bit more interesting. So the side view, no, not for close, side view new. And so here I had this proposition here. And so here it's, so this means that you're gonna be pulling all this, pushing, yeah, all this geometry more to the... Up here we could look from behind maybe and see if we're not getting any crazy distortions. So basically this just means that we want this part of the neck to go higher. Looks like here you have some wrong angle forming there. Let's try to get it fixed. Okay. So I don't have enough geometry here, so the only thing that I can do maybe is just keep pushing this up as a whole thing. And this will naturally have to adapt. Yeah, so they have this bigger. We just smooth these things. Yeah, this should work. So the silhouette will be a bit, yeah, much better now. Still feels a bit weird, but it's better than before. And here we need to be careful, however, about the deforms here. Can try to smooth this out. Let's see what it gives us. Then with the subdivision, and that should be it. Yeah, I have a smoother thing. So these two annoying things were fixed of this model sheet. Maybe it could be more. Yeah, this vertex is a bit. Alt S. Try shrink, flatten, maybe. There's just not enough subdivisions here to make this thing easier to handle, so to smooth out. So have to find some way to. I think I've rotated this. Yeah, maybe it's not wrong because actually this part is much lower. It's not aligned, so that's but it's a bit weird, right? So you can try to make something like this. This skinning, must be careful that it will work in the end. Okay, that looks organized enough. Then we can come back here. There are still some elements of the mesh that are not before anything about the texture fixing, because the texture is more disruptive, right? Unfortunately. So I'll have to make sure that why this is that much inside, right? I think we got some problem here with this shape. Yeah, so some shapes here are actually not very good. And certainly not the texture. Yeah, it's all broken. So we got the so all those things are more or less minute things that we can probably solve in more details after we achieve a usable version of the rig. So that means that it's not too problematic right now to not have these things. So this I've decided to do because I wanted these shapes here to be more prominent in the anatomy, but they are not so easy to rig because of the it's a bit puzzling, but it works. I wish there would be a better way. I tried to place this just inside instead of extrapolating. There's probably a better way. Maybe we don't need this whole face loop here. There might be some way to, like a triangle, maybe trying to collapse this, like I don't know. This is too dangerous. Let's see. This could work much better. And for giving this here, but I don't know. I'm not sure if this will deform any better, or if it will not be super disruptive. because it's so easy to break the geometry for that. It's sort of worth making a quick test. But now I'm not sure this will do the proper. Let's see. Does this thing augment or reduce? Maybe I should have them. I think they could be like this. Here we cannot do this, right? So okay, let's see what happens here. I've saved before. We destroyed some waves. Okay, what's happening here is not because of that, it's because of another thing. But actually, yeah, it's a bit too fast to take any conclusions here. Okay, let's try something else then. I'm always looking to things that can cheese the skinning algorithm, right? Yeah, so if I unclose the loop here, this is what I was doing before, right? Not necessarily with this shape though. So maybe this is more organized indeed. I just have to perhaps push this up. This vertex needs to be they need to have some distancing from themselves. Here a lot of distance already, right? Okay, and I don't know what is causing this nightmare, but you see the shape of the thing is quite good in terms of volume preservation, although the horrid artifacts which are happening there. Let's see what this could be causing this. Yeah, probably some broken waves. So this is this simplification. I probably don't have enough Control Z to go back in time here. So this is the current state. Let's see if the horrid if this thing already was happening in this state. Yes, it was already happening. So it's just it was something that was already present that I rather fix. Probably some terrible rogue waves. Ah, these bones, okay, these bones weren't wave painted yet. The helper bones. These ones were achieved. not these ones. Okay, this can improve the rig. These ones we worked out. These ones for not for the hand, not for the elbow, not for the part. Okay, so and then we have the skeleton, right? So yeah, we're gonna make this dual, this yeah, lots of this process of fan bones. Okay, and so by just doing this, maybe we can get some improvement in this setup. So we don't need the mechanism. Yesterday we did the automation even without the deforms. Yeah, so I want the helper and we want the control and we want the deformed skeleton just to yeah, actually we need the deformed skeleton, and we don't need the mechanisms. So the technique here is we'll go mathematically, we'll go in the analytical way here. That is same that we did here. We will yeah, can close this action. So there are vertex groups, deform skeleton. This one we're gonna yeah, so it starts that we need this bone name, then we go on wave paint mode, then we pick this, then we duplicate copy, duplicate, and Control V. Now we go back on pose mode, get this one. Actually this and Control V. So now the fan is exactly as the tie, and this one is this other fan is exactly as this. But of course we don't want this to manipulate. This is just for the joint, so we don't touch these ones. We will destroy everything that is below this threshold here. Actually there would be a easier way. And as we expand here, we can just blur this thing. So this one is just a gradation, right? From 0, right? It's not important. As long as it looks good, it seems to be good enough. Yeah, very good. And all this we don't touch. Now we go back for the other. Now we need to do, so this part we protect. We don't want anything. We don't want to ruin these perfect duplicates, right? Perfect copies. So this will analytically counteract on the exact rotation amounts. Actually, not in the amount of rotation that we describe the bone constraint to do, in this case a copy rotation. So this will derotate the mesh on the joint, wave against wave for each vertex that are equal, because the orientation of the fan bone on the rest position is the same orientation as the thigh, or yeah, the you see the this is for aligned with this, but it derotates. So this is the analytical process, is literally as if I was derotating the bone, but just the vertices that are being affected. If I start to change these waves arbitrarily, I can still have a good result, but it will not be so analytical. So since I have this thing, it is exact. Oh, you have one, I also have one. So you get a +1 rotation on the x direction, the xzy direction. I get you countered on the exact amount, except that I am a bone. I also have a bone constraint that is on a varied influence, which then is for the rigger to decide. But the basal waves, they are being countered. Although we can't talk totally about the ratios, because these blended shared waves are, they are more bone shared. So it's not like just, yeah, there are at least 4 blended waves here, shared waves. So it's not like we can just say, oh, 1 and 1 is 0.5 for each one. No, there are more stuff involved. But when it comes to each of these vertices, all of them would be the same for this fan bone, right? Fan, knee, thigh, and thigh. Def thigh. Yeah, so they are currently the same, but we're gonna start to just delete the topper part here. And of course, for this we'll have to make some mask to simplify our task. So here we could get here. We're gonna expand like this. Hold shift. Okay, then we now this is the mask, right? Okay, invert, and we take off all these waves. So now this is affecting only the lower thigh, closer to the joint, but we're not satisfied yet. We want to add this thing, and we want to start blurring this. We select this bone and okay, so I believe this would be good enough. Yeah, this doesn't seem to be... This could cause some problem. Let's see if we can... Yeah, so I'm gonna reduce here a little more, and maybe here. Nah, we don't want this. So it's just here. Because here you have some different vertices approach. Yeah, so just do this. Let's keep it simple. And now what you have is that we have There's still... Okay, I see what's happening. For some reason, that technique that I've checked in the internet this is not working for this vertex for some reason. We can see that the... Okay, this is right, it is collapsing, so we need to get this vertex away from, right? But here it should be spreading, and it is actually collapsing. So not very good, right? So we need to do something about this. It should be time perhaps also to address the... So see what I try to do. So this is not straight, it is diagonal, in right, more far apart there and more close, but it's not just not working. Not working very as expected. Here we're gonna try similar thing. Okay, we're gonna spread this. Okay, there's a little better, but we're getting some very bad artifacts in there. So this is why I think I need to improve this indeed. Time to maybe do something about this. So my proposition was to... Yeah, so we could just try to dissolve maybe this. No, not like this. We could try to join this. But then we have this, which is not good. I need to bring all this loop here, right? That means that I need to... Yeah. There's also in the elbow, there's a similar structure. Okay, so some things about the waves here are bad in the upper part. Probably some rogue waves that are pushed too much to the upper part and not... So this is a problem for the fan bone systems, because if the base waves are not good enough, then you have to change the base wave, then all these mathematical things, analytic approach actually, have to redo, because this bone data is not automated, right? We cannot link or see what I mean? So this is internal data from these objects that needs to be not just linked objects or materials, no, linked setups inside. So this will be a game changer in Blender. I think there are already many discussions on that, but to have something upgraded about that, I think it's more complicated. It might be quite complicated to develop this kind of stuff. Conceptualize also is super hard, I think. with the subdivision surface modifier. Yeah, triangles on joints are this can be very dangerous, right? Already good to be stated. So it is not likely this will be a great idea. However, if we want to... Okay, so one way maybe we get this, right? And then we try to... Ah, interesting. What about this? This may sound a bit more natural. Yeah, it's too sharp, of course. We need to do something about this, and this counters the idea that this thing should have more distance, right? But this is not a total rule, as long as it doesn't collapse. This is because of the waves, probably some rotation, but yeah, it seems to be... Yeah, almost reliable. Uh, it's actually more interesting and easier to rig, I think, than what I had. But wait, what about... No, no, I can't. I need this vertex in the center so I can push this mesh to the back, right? I cannot just dissolve this. Or maybe I can. Let's save and let's try. crazy, right? It kinda works, right? But we're gonna load. I'm gonna address this later. So there's always interesting things that we can find by tweaking this mesh topology and geometry, all these things. Sometimes good surprise by crazy. Actually, this I found this is good. It works. This doesn't need to be a triangle. It can be this diamond quad here, and that allows us to have this extra. Okay, so there's some crazy volume loss, but I think it's just the geometry is very disorganized, right? So we have a bit too much volume loss, I feel, for this back part. Okay, a little improvement, but not that much. Maybe need to. This thing seems to be. Okay, this is a bit more consistent for the anatomy. There's some kind of. Yeah, it's because the leg is rotated outward also. Alright, this will take longer time, but we got. This knee is almost Nice, right? Almost. It's time to address these waves. I think there's something very weird going on for... We're gonna isolate this, and we'll be looking for the... Here I already see crazy waves. I don't know which... so let's look for the thigh. No, this is the shin. Okay, so unfortunately we'll have to readdress plenty of those things. Yeah, so a lot of rogue waves here, rogue problems here. So these are the way it was doing, kind of not super smart. We need to take this off. I will... Yeah, I'm gonna wave paint this. Tons of waves with this, maybe here too. And then we're just gonna blur. And then we're gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna blur everything. Here we already see some of the problems. Yeah, there's more rogue waves there from other bones. Is why this cannot be spontaneous. You see there is pushing. It's not because of this wave paint. Shin. Yeah, this is a bit weird. The mesh is not, of course, not like this. This is distorted by ratios. This is not the best way. I should have fixed the top parts first before doing this. But it's okay. This wave pain. It is not good idea to be stuck with the idea of exact mathematical numbers here. Only on certain projects like very low poly, then you can do this. Other for organic rigging, in lots of cases, yeah, maybe a few details where you know what you're doing, but usually it's a terrible idea because it's just too hard to control. Right, all the vertices, waves, and then the ratios, just stupid. It may be good training, but it is not very efficient, and also the results tend to be very mechanical. It's just good for certain areas, maybe, right, when you can count that certain simple exact values will solve the gradation, right, in a more mechanical way, right? All right, so here we haven't found the culprit. Let's check this one. Oh, here, okay. It's disabled, but we need to fix this one. It is not the culprit. There's something else also causing the problem. So you see that this is just for the joints. You see that we probably have to improve these waves now. Preserve volume, right? So it's where we where needs to be more preservation of volumes. It's on the, in this case, is the front of the knee, right? The okay, so nothing here to, nothing else here to fix. Let's continue checking here. Deformed shin, deformed thigh, knee shin. So this is the fan bone. We'll have to, oh, stealer knee. Okay, so this is the helper floating bone that I've made later. So this is the culprit. All right, it needed some rework. So it's a fake knee bone. It's more like a helper floating bone that will, yeah, let's paint this harsh like this, and then we're gonna reorganize that. So this bone shouldn't be stealing too much from this already. I think I know this already. This blurring is not gonna help now. And at this point, this whole thing of trying to reduce the amount of geometry for these upper limbs, like the upper arm and the, it's causing some complications, right? The advantage is that the lower arm has less polygons. This one needs more, but it's like, it's advantage for this limb, right? Wave suffering with that limb, but it's not. This one, you see, it doesn't help in many circumstances. Start to become a nuisance. So maybe I should want to have an workflow that can make up one's mind, because there's a reason to reduce, right, the amount of. It's always a good idea to. Often a good idea to try to reduce the amount of work you need to do to achieve certain results. And the amount of vertices is not for performance. It's for the wave painting process and other things related, right? It simplifies many things. If you can have lesser amount of, yeah, because rigor, I thought I was an animator for a long time, 2D traditional animator. For a long time, I thought that the animators were the crazy guys, were the crazy people. But I didn't know, I didn't do 2D digital animation like Flash and digital cutout, those things. So I didn't know anything about rigging, digital rigging, right? Skeletons like that. So I didn't know about rigging. I knew about 2D rigging because the sketch that I draw my characters on all positions, all sorts of expressions for this style, anime, cartoon. I didn't know that was rigging. It was actually 2D rigging. So I drew more poses randomly than I animated actually as a hobby. Especially as younger, so that whole practice is like rigging, because you're anyways, I was a rigger and I didn't know. Then when I started rigging in 3D for Blender, then I've realized that, no, actually, you know who is crazy? It's not the animators. It's the riggers. The riggers are crazy, and I happen to be one of them. So and of course, rigger and animator, these are often they are coins, sides of the same coin, right? It's the same thing. No, it's not the same thing, but it's like, it's very, very close to, because the animator will often make character design, and the animator knows how, let's say, if you have a 2D artist, animation drawing, he knows how to draw the characters. Usually should know perfectly with great quality, sometimes even more than the artists who conceived the characters, if someone else did the character design. So the animators are expert riggers by default. They know the pose, what the pose needs to be in certain character design in order to have the result, expressive results. This is why animators, 3D animators or animators, right, will dive into rigging, because they know exactly what the character, they know the expression. If they know what the expression must look like in order to look good, right, they are more capable, they have to solve problems. Of course, it's not, because rigging is so complicated and so wave painful. So it's not, yeah, there are animators, maybe you know, maybe that hate rigging at some point, and they don't even want to touch rigging. But usually it's very common that they are interchangeable. Even there was a joke in the Blender conference this year, 2025, that's, oh, I was an animator. There's some guy in the Blender studio, I think. He was an animator, and then he went to a project to start to do rigging. And then they joked about this guy. Made a joke. Yeah, you know, now that you are in rigging, you'll never ever gonna animate again. So yeah, they stole the guy. They stole the rigging ability, because everyone hates rigging. And so I'm joking, of course. And then yeah, we just break the entire thing. Of course, the thing is that what's happening is that we need to reduce more. The smoothing here is to no avail. We need to do this with more. I knew from the start, right? So it was just a waste. I wasn't paying enough attention. So we need to redo this in a different way. We're gonna get so we're gonna hardly reduce these waves. We're gonna do a different variation here, gradation, right? So one day, maybe the stupid AIs will get smarter, and then they will understand, or they will be able to reproduce these patterns, right? Some of the tedious patterns, right? This is what some people on the field were talking about, including for Blender, right? And I think this is the actual good way to use AI, because it's a good thing that people are starting to get more and more aware, including myself, that how this thing is actually a nasty the companies, the lots of thought which has been put behind the curtains, right, regarding AI is pure garbage. It's like evil, yeah, literally evil people. It's like real crap. And so the technology, of course, it's not neutral, it's susceptible to culture, to the communities, and to the power, games of power, right? And then even in science, there is the science doesn't evolve logically or rationally, at least not in what will be rational always regarding to what certain scientists might consider better to do in science, in research. No, it evolves, it will evolve sometimes following the money, for example, or which publications will be published or receive financing and all that. So this is well known, right? Well known for in the field. But yeah, then there's very relevant to be aware about this, because very easy to say, oh no, the technology is neutral, it's machines don't have morals, but actually ethics, but actually it's not like that. It's a bit more reality is more complex than that. So someone designed a technology, or group of people designed the technology, so there's the design element which makes that technology by design will be dangerous, critically dangerous, or barely not dangerous at all in most cases, right? I usually like to use the stupidest example of all, but actually it's a very good example, maybe. Like have you ever heard of any assassination made out with a headphone? Like someone assassinated someone else with a headphone. The technology is absolutely not very good for this purpose. So unless there was some very dangerous, yeah, probably some accidents might have happened with headphones, but not what I'm saying, right? It's and if it happen accidents, they're much more likely to happen accidents with other kinds of technologies, like a vehicle, a smartphone. Smartphone is a dangerous technology, right? Many people have already exploded because of them. We have seen, right? By terrorism, by and right, those, and by also the own technology itself is, right, the batteries, they can explode. They're, yeah, it's crazy. This thing is not very common, but, or maybe it is common and I don't know, but it's they are very cases. So this is a dangerous technology in some sense. Not a, but okay, the example was simpler than that. It's not, it's a headphone. Alright, so this is that. In case you don't know which bone is this, it is actually this bone here. It's a helper stiller knee that has got, I've just made it, I would prefer to have this bone in the middle here as the, but this is complicated because I already explained this. My control chain is here, then there is a mechanism bone layer, and then there is the deform, and then the problem is that Yeah, whichever thing I did, these are already bendy bones with their own handles. If I did the change to make this bone, I don't know, in the right there, right, it will probably switch, make these joints change of place. This could even become a bendy bone on the joint. This actually, right? We can sometimes there's a technique that is the smoother, I call smoother helper bone. It's a bendy bone that is floating just like this one, but it is a bendy bone spline on the joints. This works best for simple joints like this. But after I've discovered that we can do the same trick with just having these bones here as being bendy bones, so we don't need that floating structure, which is annoying. Now I need this one because there is a technique that you use triple bones here, right? And this, but this will be this is something that I want to try and see if we can, because I don't know where yeah, it needs to be at least the deformed skeleton, maybe also the mechanism skeleton, or maybe the mechanism skeleton is just like this, right? And then this absolutely needs to be like this, because if I have the knee bone there to control, this will be, yeah, this is not good for the I key controls, so it's not a good thing for the control rig, but it can be good for the deform rig. Yeah, so we need to get this into my plan as an experiment, so it's not a priority. So it's like let's see, yeah, it's already here, right? Triple. Okay, no, nothing to see here. All right, so I wasn't able to solve this, but at least we got, yeah, at least we got some waves that we have to re-wave. Yeah. Okay, let's still do it, because how different are they? Yeah, you know what? This is actually, it's already doing its job. Yeah, so you see, the fan thing will work in spite of the fact that it's not. There are some variations in the waves, right? It will be more accurate in theory. It's hard to confirm, right? But in theory, it will be more accurate if it was just more precise. So just do some cleanup here. Yes, and that's it. So now we can address the helper bones on the that are here. We could start, yeah, the simpler joint is here. Actually, this is the simple one. This is a complex joint, but this is just the waves. This usually is easy to work. These waves in principle, this is more or less easy. Also, this one can be more complicated. The hand is an intermediate joint. So I'm gonna start from here. And this will require us to use that trick, right? So we're gonna copy, yeah, annoying thing. we're gonna do this for all of them. Yeah, so it's tedious to be doing this. Maybe we could use, just for this case, this option here. Doesn't work for what I want. Few more to go. Can we copy without looking at it? Yes, we can. Wrong names, right? These are the wrist. Yeah, so I'm gonna get this and this, select mirror, extend, Control F2, B for bone, so elbow, wrist. Then we also will get, instead of upper arm, we'll change this for lower arm. And instead of that, it's forearm. And instead of forearm, we get the hand, and then still strip characters. This is called hand, so we just need to strip characters. There we go. There we go. So now we got to start the wave paint for this. So it's very simple. We're gonna need some masks. First, we just select the bone. We don't even need the bone, but it'll give some reassurance we have the right thing selected. So we want to preserve these ones. Okay, let's preserve these ones here in this joint region. Maybe a little more. No, just this is fine. So we're gonna do this, right? Then we get zero this out. Maybe just some smoothing here. And here maybe also, or actually I see this other, maybe just do this one. All right, now next, pen elbow upper arm. Pen elbow forearm. Okay, it's already good. Wait, what is this? Twist arm lower, a helper bone? Just some rogue vertex groups, I think. There's no need to twister bones here because the bendy bones already do it. They look like... No, they are just... Oh no, this look like junk. Okay, so here we got this wrist here. We're gonna strange waves happening here. Yeah, so this we have a problem with the integrity of this these waves. I should change it in the original, but here we not gonna go into perfectionism. This is what I'm talking about, right, folks? We need to. There's excessive waves in this area, probably, and I was changing the waves on the geometry on the hand. I was doing some critical change. So this is not the wrist region exactly anymore. It's more about this. Yeah, here we can already consider. So it's just blurring from. If you have a few more organized face loops here, this will be more advantageous for all this. Right now this is not very nice. So we're gonna just do something like this, and it's a bit crazy, but that should get the job done. And yeah, maybe just one more smoothing here, because these are seem to be more aligned, so that will probably improve a little. Yeah, that should do. Oh, look that we have this one. And then it loops around and get another loop. Yeah, so let's stop here already. Then we need to erase maybe these excessive things here. This is the bone selection. This is wrong. Here is what I'm actually looking at. Also, the name is wrong. We need to. It's not upper arm. Wrist, forearm actually. And wrist, hand. So you need to expand this mask here, invert, zero this out, and just do something here. That should be good enough. Then we gonna look for the other. So as for here, we just need for. So we can try to, yeah, we're gonna invert here. Let's try to see if we are lucky here. Sort of. So it's the wrist region which matters, so we are gonna try to take off. Yeah, so just this. Erase that. And just gonna smooth this. And there we go. So now we have all these fan bones already symmetrized, right? Great thing. We need to change this bones name, not the vertex group, right? So it's just actually shift, my shortcut for this, Control F2. So we're gonna find replace. So instead of forearm, actually we're gonna call this. Wait. How is it possible? Maybe I was wave painting the wrong loose vertex group. Yeah, so let's check here. Anything called wrist? There are many, right? So I'm gonna find what's the problems, which are the wrong ones. So pen forearm left. This is wrong. Pen wrist hand. This is like good. So this is one that we solved. And I think it corresponds precisely to this bone. Yes. Then fan wrist upper arm. Oh, this is one we changed. Okay. And then wrist hand, which are empty. So these don't exist. So I need to delete wrist hand and these two here. Well, this is a completely different name. So just checking, right? So vertex groups. Okay, these ones. Delete. We delete. And then we delete and delete. And now we need to just change here for arm. Oh yeah, this is very old. Arm upper. So for arm. Like months ago, maybe. I don't see the deformation. Okay, this is deforming. But here we failed. What happened? This one is good. This one is correct. So probably I did some mistake there. Might have to repaint this one, but it's simple. So let's check again the waves. Yeah, no waves here. So fan. Okay, it has waves, but it's not doing anything. How is this possible? Apparently something on the name was not matching. Ah, here, of course. Fan, yeah, yes, damn. So what you need to do is this thing. Now we got it. Yeah, so now I need to test this thing in the automation now that they got. This is the bendiness of the limb. Yeah, a lot of work to do, but why it's happening this now? Yeah, so my experience that by stacking, which sounds large, by stacking different techniques, sometimes you might expect, oh, this you stack techniques that individually work, then you start to get better and better results gradually, but it's not always the case, and that is very unfortunate. And so I was trying to do this in order to perfect the rigs, but apparently this is not always a good thing to do. I'd be looking for like the ultimate techniques, right, of skinning, that the simplest one, the most elegant, that are easy to achieve. So I'm not sure exactly what is causing this, so we need to readdress the, yeah, so these bones here on the first, it is possible that we need to reduce the bendiness of these ones. We can test here. Maybe this is already... Yeah, we can reduce this bendiness by... yeah, we can actually do something like this even. And it's likely that the waves also have problems. And then the bendiness of this one out. No, this is not it's this one that is causing too much. So we're gonna just maybe reduce this to this. All right. We can always change those things. So this bone here is derotating too much. We're just gonna change this because we did this automation without doing the tests, so that's why. And here also you're gonna do this. Sorry. So this don't twist. The bendy bone already do with its segments, already is twisting and solving this kind of thing. Okay, this amount of derotation. Yeah, this is a bit weird what's happening to the wrist there. The bending is okay, right? But the shape is not good. So yeah, the sideways seems a little better. So this is probably just some bad wave painting that I've made for the hand and the... yeah, there's also some issues there, but let's check here now for what this one is doing. Oh, this one has the... okay, so this one is a little trickier because it's not feet and hands, they usually, in my rig at least, they don't have other parenting, so the copy rotation won't do. But this amount seems to be good. We can augment this. Augment more, maybe. Oh no, actually this is this is not this there's also this one. So well, that should be the case anyways. Welcome, Henkenheimer. Welcome to the channel. Yes, so we're gonna leave these values here. They seem to be working. So this is just a mimicking of what the copy rotation bond constraint does. So it's just a derotation. So then you can pick the exact mode of rotation of the target bone, map from rotation, then give some generic values here, and minimum negative, maximum positive, and for the axis that we want, they are just x and z axis, x and z. This doesn't matter, and here we just invert. So if this is minimum is negative, this is positive. So it will be like 1/3. So it's like 1/3 derotation. So it will lag behind like this, right? This bone will lag behind. So this is just like, and in this case of the hand and feet, it is the only thing that seems to respond correctly to the automation. This, however, as long as the parenting is correct, mechanism, skeleton, then on the limbs, the copy rotation, if we do it correctly, it shouldn't have problems. If we use some look spaces weirdly, then as we rotate, oh, this is happening. They are exactly what I was talking about. Seems that we have a little problem there with this twitching there. It happened. This thing. This is... Okay, this was what I was trying to avoid. So this I'm not sure we can solve, and it's probably because of the parenting. So we're gonna do it differently. This is, they said that the one on the hand doesn't have this behavior. The one of the hand is parented to. Interesting. Yeah, so this is the dual fan bone system. I call dual fan bone, but it's the fan bone setup. It's a corrective method with helper bones, and so you can place them on every joint. This is actually very good basal technique to also solve the hip joint. It won't be sufficient for a complex joint like this one, but it can be sufficient for like the knee and yeah, the ankle, the wrist is particularly good on these joints, but also it can do a lot. And then we can upgrade it to another, I call them fanny bones. The name already exists, but these are parent then to the offset to the major fan bone. So this doesn't even need then to be a deformed bone, and then it will, with this parenting relation, they will just follow the rotation that the big fan bone is doing in relation to the thigh here. It's forming some angle. And then we can, because they are separated, we can automate them differently to solve asymmetric anatomic features. And I have an old tutorial, not with the fan bone technique, but with using transformation bone constraints for this stuff, but in this case I'm connected them to this fan bone here, and then there's a dual fan bone because there's also on the back. And what they do is just they replicate. Yeah, if you look some minutes ago, I was wave painting. Show how to. I was wave painting these things in relation to. They take the same wave of, for example, this one will take the same wave here, but then the same wave, but it will, the fan bone will just take off everything here, just keep the same waves on the joint region, because then it just can derotate the mesh on the joint. Same for this one, so it's like the one on the hand, so it's the hand is here, and then for some reason I can select the bone here. Okay, so hand and the fan. So you see it's the same waves there in the region, is just that the fan doesn't need all the rest, so then it will contrast, it do the opposite motion that the hand will do. Yeah, so this is usually the fan bone is to solve the X and Z axis, not to solve Y axis, which is the roll on edit mode, is the twisting. For the twisting, then twister bone, the twister helper bones could be used, but in my case I don't need this, because in principle, because the base skeletal bones, they already are bendy bones which have segments, and the twisting already happens by nature, right? There's already twisting, there's already a gradual detwisting, hence. Alright, so now we need to address what I was doing here. Okay, these fan bones are completed. Let's check if this, yes, this is correct also. Waves for, oh yeah, we're having terrible deforms here. Oh, I remember. We need to see what kind of, yeah, what is this ugly spike there? Yeah, so this can be a bit difficult to figure out, but what's happened is that when a joint is bent, there's a bending, like for example here, there is an angle forming between this bone, the form bone, and this bone. And so what the bendy bones they are doing, not bendy bone, what these fan bones they are doing, they are derotating on the opposite direction, so they are trying to reach this. So they are, so as I do the opposite, an angle, a sharper angle is forming between the same shoulder and upper arm bones. This sharper angle is forming here, and hence this we don't see very much, but they are going in the opposite, yeah, because of the copy rotation is, oh, I see what's going on. This copy rotation is not working very well for these bones here, probably because of parenting. Yeah, so I wasn't, it's always a problem, have been problem with this. All right, so this, I don't want to fix this right now, so helper, I'm gonna, so it's like ankle, knee, it's all of them. Yeah, so the upper joint fan bone with copy rotation, not bone constraint, might not be responding correctly because of parent relation. Yeah, so it's something that I'll have to revise later, but for the most part this works. This is usually this is way more important, and we don't need this one. We with just this one we can solve already a lot of things, but it's a cool thing that we can also do complicate a bit more. In originally I was just using this one, right? Actually it might be better to just use this one. So it will be simpler, right? So a lot of complications are happening because I insist now of using this dual, but it's actually perhaps a not so good practice, and I'm trying to simplify these rigs. Okay, then there is that joint that I need to figure out. Probably some, let's try to look at it again. Yeah, some probably just some rogue waves that we haven't addressed. Possibly this one. This is upper arm. The upper arm has all this influence here. This is a bit weird. But no, it doesn't seem the one causing this spike. Ah, here we go. Clavicle bone. No, still not. Yeah, it was had some influence, but it's not. Okay, well, it's some bones. Okay, I see. So it's just some bones in these additional helper bones around this region. Okay, let's just smooth this out. Now it's better. Oh, there's some rogue wave here. Looks like it's X-rayed on the opposite side. Sphere. Oh, no, it's not projected. Yeah, there's still something happening there. We need to... Okay, this... Okay, exactly. Alright, that is good. Now we can move further. The UVs, right? Skeletal bones. No, there's something else that may be worth checking. Did they wave paint all this stuff? Yeah, they have waves. Yes. There's a proposition to make a leverage system for the hips. Hot topic. I never did that before. It is something like this one with Aikibon constraints. But, oh, this is not wave painted yet. Yes, we need to complete this. Exactly. There's some work to do here. Clavicles, these are done. Scapula is done. I just forgot this front one for some reason. Let's try to see what is the waves that we have here. We're gonna use the same values. So this will precisely try to leverage the breast as we pose here. Yes. And we're getting interesting results already. But we need to be more careful here. We need to maybe expand this indeed. This will cause problems. Okay, so it's mostly working, but we need to smooth this. And of course, there needs to have some waves for this boob bone. So here the waves, I don't know what. We're gonna just make some gradation. Yeah, this bone should be focused on this region. Nothing in this geometry, maybe nothing more, nothing less. And there's also a physics bones with some. Okay, there's some strange behavior here, so I'm not sure how we could improve this. Maybe it's okay to do this. Yeah, there is something bad about. So maybe we need to make some different pattern. Yes, something like this. No, still bad. Yeah, it's because the setup is lacking some stretch and squash from the IKEA automation. So this is just another thing, but probably this is not a bad idea also to be making this change here. There is some IKEA stretch maybe. Okay, but this is something else. At least we wave painted the bones. Maybe we need another subdivision here to give more controls. Yeah, possibly. But let's go for the another thing that is more interesting for me right now, which is the idea of making the setup actually for the leg and the hip. So a leverage system that I'm gonna try to integrate in what I already have. Yeah, so let's hide the control rig. So we have some leverage bones which have no waves. This is okay, this is the physics for the gluteus. Okay, this is the crotch bone. So I have some bones here that we need to make some sort of crazy connections. The problem is that this leverage thing, what will automate it? So we could start with, for example, this and this, and duplicate these things. Let's call this like leg, and let's call this for now target IKEA leg. Yeah, whatever. The names are temporary. Okay, so parent mechanism per arm. So let's parent this to mechanism hips for now, and this will be parent to mechanism leg, mechanism thigh left. Okay, there's an IKEA bone constraint here with a chain length. No chain length, it is here. Wait, how come It didn't come with it. Okay, no problem. So, the thing that I know about the IKEA is that the thing that I know that could relate to this thing is the following. If I go on the control rig on this particular rig and I pick the control, this one, control shin, then I can push the, not only the typical IKEA, no, not this bone, what I'm doing. Not only I can push the leg up like the typical inverse kinematics for legs, but I can improve this with the auto IKEA option to push the hip. And so you see there's a side hip, which is unnatural, but that sort of helps the forms. So I need something coming down that will change the position of this bone here. Currently it's a bendy bone. It doesn't have a this is parent to tweak hip, alright. But we can, should this bone be the, no, this could cause some dependency cycle, yeah. So we need to, this bone won't move because of such IKEA, but it will be offset, but it's okay. We are going to why this is going there? It needs a stretch too, apparently. No, this is the mechanism. The mechanism has a stretch too to the tweak hip, I see. But we need to do this different this time. If we want this automation, we need to be able to leverage this thing. So as it gets leverage, this parent to tweak hip, no, we are gonna parent it to the okay, wrong parent operation. After I can do better. Of course, this won't allow me to control this very well, so this is a bit stupid. Yeah, so okay, this parenting is actually a bit stupid. Let's parent this to, let's ignore the, for now, the handle. So I need this thing to be leveraged. In order to have this thing to be leveraged, I need to consider this. Well, I would rather leverage the not the mechanism rig, but the deform rig. So this is not what is needed. I need a layer in between. Yeah, so it's like in between the... in between, so it's a bit in between the deform rig and the mechanism rig. So there goes the helper rig. In my case, so, or in parallel to the deform rig, not necessarily higher or lower in the hierarchy. So let's get this bone already. Yeah, already parent to the mechanism side. Let's see its orientation. Yeah, it's like this. We're gonna try to position it. Yeah, right now it doesn't really matter. Let's just place it on this joint. It won't be very visible in this way, which is terrible, so we're gonna have to do something about it. Maybe change to, I don't know, stick for now. Yeah, we can align them with all the rest. Not align, just align its role. And then we're gonna set an IK target. For this, yeah, whatever. That is weird. But yeah, this will be problem with the parenting. I might have to create another way to move this. Yeah, but for now, let's try this. So this one... Let's change the target here. Keychain line of 1. Use tail, yes. And maybe some... key stretch. Alright, but how can we make it leverage by... Okay, so interesting. It is I key, but it's still stretched to the... towards this. Okay, so there's a crazy thing going on, but it is getting something. Yeah, I'll have to figure... Maybe this shouldn't be a bendy bone. For now. This could actually stretch. But no, this is good for now. We have these deforms going on. How I will make this thing leverage? Again, the setup here from the control rig is that we have this width, no I key stretch, no I key stretch, no I key stretch. It's just that it's because I'm posing with auto I key option. Ah, I see. So that means that actually the target is more interesting than I thought, more crazy than I thought. So actually this thing should actually be here. And in this sense, that deformed skeleton actually well, it is the base skeleton, is not the actual leg thing, right? So where's the stick bone there? Okay, great. I don't know in which layer it has when it gone. Probably this one. Yeah, I was using this one. Where is the this one. Okay, so let's make sure it's in the leverage. Yes, leverage. So we're gonna extrude to that joint. We're gonna change this thing. Oh, okay, didn't got the inverse kinematic, so chain length of 2, and yeah, just like this. So here we don't want this Ike bone constraint. Here you can return to your original form. We don't care. We have another way to work this thing. This is very weird though, but um, trying to find the sort of similar alignments. But what will actually move it up? I see that. Oh, I see. Because it's an Ike bone constraint, I'm not manipulating directly. I need to automate this manually, so I need to give some automation to the Ike target bone. It would not just respond to... Yeah, because in the other case, it was the shoulder, right? So this is the problem. I would need to automate this. This doesn't respond to rotation, which is the shame, but we can do this in some... There is a way to... There probably... Yeah, locking this won't do anything. Let's take off this Ike stretch. Just in case, let's see. Okay, of course, the Ike chain only responds to this thing. So I need to find something. Yeah, so this is a... need to find some mechanism which relates to leverage of the leg, but this is always complicated, some delta stuff. It's not just a X rotation. Ah, wait, there is some motion there. It's very subtle. Now it's not very that subtle. Not subtle. So this we can improve with some other features on the stiffness and all that. So maybe just Ike stretch can also help, but no, we're gonna... Yeah, here I'm not sure exactly what we could do for this. It's not the time for this thing. In principle, so there is a way I think I can make this respond to... It's a bit weird, but maybe that can work. This bone here is actually a delta maker for spatial delta. I don't know how to call it. It's confusing. So if I can map this bone to one of these delta mappers with a fake parenting bone constraint, which works like this, with a very low intensity. That will make this bone automate in relation to the transforms that this bone will do, which already mapped to make an additive delta for the diagonal. So when the leg bends, okay, we need this, and maybe we'd rather have to look at this and also this, right? So let's see. So this bone will be pushed forward here, and this bone is trying to follow it. Not sure this is what I want, but wait, what happened to the... Oh, wrong target here. Wrong selection. Unfortunately. Yeah, so this is very experimental. I'm not sure there's a solution that is good for this setup, but the idea is interesting. Now we see the whole contraption moving, and probably what we want is to, why not, let's expand this even more. Snap it here, snap it here. We're gonna parent this to this connected, and then we're gonna select this one and parent it to the mechanism machine. Keep offset. We're gonna pick this. No, we're gonna pick this and parent to the... No, get the same roll, and now we get this, and we will augment the chain length. Okay, so you have some bad automation, I think, here. Because we need to make these things match, I guess, the same of the leg, right? With the control rig, I guess. But they are inverted, so it's a bit crazy. What if you have the base on the bottom then? Well, that's kind of... will that work? Like, yeah, I can... No, I can't... Yes, I can. So if I inverted this whole thing, then I'm gonna place this here, and then we're going to get this copy that, and then we delete this, and then we Need to change this parent to I don't know to what. Okay, tweak foot maybe. And now this has no parent. We parent this one to the mechanism hips. And of course the chain is all broken. Do we take off this automation? Maybe we don't need this. Now you see that this leg has something. Yeah, so maybe this is the more intuitive way to do this. Now this skeleton is going crazy. We're gonna try to get this data here, bone data. So it's like a something like that. Control Shift V, Control Shift V, Control Shift V. Yeah, but it is not really reacting properly. Maybe it's because of the last one. Yeah. The orientations. Yeah, we're gonna check the orientations. Oh, maybe the parent. Yeah, we're gonna parent this to actually the mechanism hip left. Still not good. We need to yeah, just double checking this. This is not following correctly. Tail. Yeah, why it's not respecting? Has also changed these names to just to maintain consistency. Like we are, oh, there's a wrong I key here. But still something terrible is going on. So yeah, it's going to the base there. This is good. But for some reason it is not willing to follow. Yeah, it's a different I key chain. So maybe it needs to have different values in the end. This one doesn't. It's probably this one that needs, in order to adapt. Yeah, but no, nothing like this. Did I forget some I key stretch? No, so maybe it's. Yeah, no, I key stretch is very bad here. Yeah, it is close to, but not that close. So this maybe I could try this with a different kind of. Okay, so this is connected, this is correct. So we got this one. We want to make it a tail. Yeah, now it looks like I don't know what I'm doing, but actually I know. This is another setup for just use head. And yeah, so the looks like we have, yeah, it's an extra bone there. I've deleted the, okay, so okay, let's do again. So why it is so stiff? Of course, because of those settings, right? So I think I'll have to reset everything. I have to find them like an impossible way, maybe. Maybe I can keep for this one, not sure. Also, maybe if we reset this control rig, we could have better understanding of. Okay, so now it's kind of following, but with a lot of problems. Why this bone? It has the same length there, so why it distorts itself so much? Ah, because it doesn't have a pole target. Hmm. Um. Yeah, then why not use the pole target? The same pole target, right? Now we have some more precision, although we'll have to... Since these bones, they are actually an Nike chain from a Nike bone constraint, we can cheat. We could use this copy location to the mechanism rig. Which still is subject to the pole target, apparently. Oh, no, no, hold on. This is going... No, this is... Yeah, this bone is pointing down, so... I thought it would know the... But it doesn't seem to understand the... Maybe it's the pole target. I also didn't update the role of the pole target. So maybe that was... Now this bone is stopped working. In relation to the Nike chain for some reason. No, it is working, but it is not responding very well. Because of this copy location. Yeah, so maybe this is garbage. We're gonna reconnect them. We will... Wait, maybe... This could be better? No, unsure. So we're gonna... Anyways, we're gonna... restore the pole target here. And... Well, the thing is 90... Negative 90. Or just 90. Or something. It's 0 apparently. Okay, so... But okay, if this whole setup were working, this will be causing a lot of problems, right? So you need to... This one we haven't reset the structures, so maybe it is causing problem with... No, even worse. Or not too much has changed here. Okay, so in paper that seemed fine, but actually this is actually pretty difficult because like crazy. I have to match the Aikibon constraint to... So this could be better done if if I didn't try to have the whole leg. Maybe... So we see that we have something that can work here. So we could have, let's say, let's push this bone here. Move this one. Okay, maybe we dissolve this one. Because I'm not sure if I need this, let's just create it anyhow, anyways. So which kind of functionality can we create with this automation? So it doesn't need to follow the same one, of course. And yeah, we need to this is by far the most difficult one of this kind that I've ever tried to do, because here I'm trying to handle some, not any kind of a tweaker bone that no, it's really something that is already interacting with inverse kinematics. Okay, this is not an interesting feature. Let's see, side bending. This could solve some problems. This thing has waves already there. And as for here, I see a delta solution. Because it respects, because it's rotating everywhere. Let's see the buttock. So I'm now we start to get something of more. Yeah, so here it will go. Yeah, so see where it has the potential to push. Wow. So actually this is a great finding. I wasn't expecting this, but this is Aiki. This is the real stuff, right? The organics. Of course, we need to find some way to reduce this amount. I'm not sure which is. So this is what the rigs need to have, like to be more natural. The deforms here are not work. These are not deformed, don't have waves yet. These eye key stretch are irrelevant. They can, well, they are relevant, but they didn't seem to, yeah, it works with or without it, almost the same thing. Then it's more about the stiffness, right? So, for example, we could grant this more stiffness, but we need to know its axis. Right now it's super confusing. So stiffness of its no, this is eye key lock. No, it's stiffness of the Y. Yeah, we can give some. Okay, stiffness of the X, stiffness of the. Yeah, so maybe we want some. Wait, what the stiffness of the Z does? Seems to be confusing itself, so let's leave it like this. Yeah, so they all seem a bit confused for some weird reason. We'll try to keep this even. We are not using limits here, but limits also could be beneficial. We'll adjust this later because this can be more complicated. Okay, this one is clean. We see what we can do with this. Yeah, they seem to be doing some crazy stuff back and forth in the same, doesn't seem rational. That's probably because of the pose involving multiple things. So I knew this could lead to some interesting result, but I was not expecting this particular result. So maybe this is the ultimate helper rig technique for this part of the joint, because this is crazy. This already includes some delta, and you see, coincidentally or not, this is exactly leveraging some critical areas which needs some critical fixing, and in all orientations already. So we could use, we can even make two of them. One, well, then we need another chain, right? So you have two chains, one for the front, one for the the back, and all of three of them working differently. Wow, so this is like crazy. Then we can, for example, if this allows to be a helper bone, yes, deform bone. So here, for example, we could wave paint this bone in this some critical joint areas that are usually affected by loss, volume loss, and some other crazy artifacts. You see that actually this is not really helping, because I think it's doing the opposite that I wanted, so I'm not sure why. Yeah, it's because the rotation, right? Okay, maybe this is bad example. Let's try then this one. Okay, now it seems to be adding volume. Yeah, it's because of this bone, the pivot point is here. This one is closer to this ring, so the pivot point is here. And so we can try to smooth these waves here. Yes, totally. As long as this bone, yeah, if it rotates too much, then of course it could create artifacts. But these are blended waves already, and they are fan bone. Basically, what this thing is doing is solving some stuff which we would have to, in order to solve them, we'll have to do a lot of other manipulations, like the mini fan bones setup. But here it seems that we can, this area will suffer a lot. So I don't know, just give it some waves here for now. Here is something else, but what could... Let's just check if this bone can have any usefulness for this part. Because this one could be just a mechanism bone. Now it doesn't seem to be able to solve this particular thing. So I don't know how to use this for the waves. But this one, yeah, and this one also can't seem to fix this thing. Yeah, these things are caused by excessive waves of the leg of the typhon in the torso, and lack of waves in the torso to stabilize. So this is something that could be addressed in other ways. It's very bad now, but because I don't know why, because of the pose and some bones that I took out from that position. However, as we try to pose, let's see others. Yeah, not too bad for that part also. So like, it's not like yeah, it's impressive already for a simple, not some setup that needs to be, I found almost accidentally, right? So it is actually yeah, actually some of the deforms good that are happening, they were already happening for other reasons, because of fan bones, the dual fan bone system here, and the waves and some other strategies. But I've erased some waves or disabled the deforms for a lot of fanny bones here are not working. I still haven't worked in the leverage system, because this is supposed to, you see this leverage gluteus, leverage side belly, leverage side hip. I think they are even moving, aren't them? If not, it's not problem, because they don't have waves any. Yeah, they are moving, but they don't have any waves. They are this from an older setup, so I'm trying to do the leverage now of the region, right, from this setup. So that means that I can have other bones, other... no, we can't. What we can do is... Oh yeah, we can have children here. So what we can do is from the same... Yeah, from the same joint, well, we can extrude and have then... Maybe even from here we can have other systems like this, starting from the knee, or right, or even starting from here, if this bone is placed there to respond to this joint, the helper joint there, that new joint that is happening, then this will automate another small chain that could also control some other bone. So anyways, now what I want is to get this bone and see the effect of this fixing, because the bone has all this length, but we don't care. What we want is just for to fixing the wave. So I wasn't thinking on that, right? I was thinking like a muscle fixing, but actually this is a very good one, maybe to fix precisely this kind of volume loss horrid things. Yeah, it's not sufficient, right? As you can see, this was... It will be too good to be true. So this area is very complicated. So this is why we use the fanny bones, which are not developed. They exist, but I need to adapt their automation. So I still have to figure out how these waves will work. Here's the belly leverage would help in this region. Yeah, so for some reason the automation here doesn't help too much for the front bending, but it seems to be okay. We must consider that this bone is rotating wildly, so this is actually it has this displacement, but actually this helper bone can construct a lot of artifacts because of its excessive rotation. So there's a dangerous thing in doing this. It would need to be activated by a fan instead. The rotation of the fan bone. Well, that won't do much difference. Well, there... Now it will be different indeed. So if I find the fan bone here, we could... This one, we could try to do something different here. I'll try to apply the same thing, but for the rotation of the fan ball. So I parent this to the fan. And now what we have is that we're not relying anymore on the rotation of the thigh bone, the mechanism thigh, but the rotation, which already is a lesser amount of rotation. So we are already on the fan dimension of derotation. So it's already a derotated parenting relation. And so this will have basically pure parent will be a 100% inheritance of these rotations. it would probably be better right now, but we need to see if the amount of rotations will be good enough anyways. So of course I made a lot of critical tests and this may look quite good at this point, right? But actually this is not that good. There are a lot of, yeah, look at this. So, and here is horrible, right? So the belly, we need some fixing there. So I was hoping that, I am hoping that I will be able to integrate some leverage systems that I already have here, but on an older setup into this Ikebone constraint setup. And apparently it is possible. So it is also possible that we can have many of these leveraging, well, reacting slightly different for every part of the upper thigh area of the joint, and also for the belly. Right now there's not a clear distinction of what this would be applied for. This is getting very interesting for me, but we need to find a way to organize this, otherwise it will be impossible to continue. Yeah, we're gonna be looking at this one. Yeah, these two as a means of reference. And for the fan, yeah, this one. And then also yeah, so we need to have this visible alongside with this and this. We're gonna make another of these selection sets here. Okay, wrong knee. All right, then we want the leverage. Okay, no, I didn't include the... There is a chance that this setup could substitute the fanny bones, but I have many things going on here. For the fanny bones, I have delta automator bones, which is not perfect, but it could help. It might be an excellent improvement from what I already have. But something I need to test yet. This one was a big test, and I wasn't expecting precisely what's happening here. Let's try to, for a moment, let's clear this parent here. I want to see if I can just do the same. Because if we can, one bone less might be just better. Yes, so it's the... Okay, so this is like useless. So see, this are built so to respect delta. We need to build for actually for front, side, and z. But and actually this doesn't include delta, I think. Yeah, like front bending, back bending, or the opposite, and then the inverse, and then outer side bending. No for the inner bending, because usually it's not so much exaggerated pose, so it doesn't need fixing. But there's no delta here, so in the diagonal pose these things will need some x with z and negative x with z compensations. And this is why it's so mad. So this is why my other setup with the delta bones, the delta bones will be bones in 3D space. I had to try. They already are moving a bit like this. So their rotation activates everything, right? The fan bone also have this activation, but not the fanny bones, which will be surrounding here. They would work like this, which is very analytical, and Blender is currently dumb. It doesn't understand diagonal, so you have to. One way to solve this is just make a driver with a product x times z values, right? But here it's a bit more complicated. But essentially that's the idea to solve with the delta. Then you have to do delta for everything, and this each helper bone that is this system. So my idea is, why not make a delta bone that will itself activate with some sort of. So I do this one time, and then the delta bone, as it moves in according to the leg rotations, it will be a spatial reference to some other bones, to where the leg is and to where when it activates, and then the bones can. So it's a tricky thing. I need to. Okay, so here we want to do some belly leverage here. So maybe this bone is a good candidate. I don't know. Yes, yes. So it has no waves now. Let's try. Might have little to do with the rig. It could be a terrible mistake, but right, it's connected, but nothing makes it not allowed to do this. Of course, it's just more for the front. So let's try this, and it cannot also leverage it could be dangerous to leverage the crotch region. And here, but yeah, we can try also to smooth. This seems to. No, not so sure. Let's see. We need to reset this pose. Okay, we're gonna bring some more strength here. And yeah, I'm gonna smooth here just in case. I'm not sure how this. Let's try something like this. This seems plausible, interesting candidate for belly leverage indeed. Maybe not sufficient, but yes, it has some interesting results. Because it's exactly doing that, right? It's maybe with some, yeah, we can manipulate it also in some way with some other automation. This could be a bit more tricky, but yeah, this is doable. I know how to do this. We need a reference for this, not a problem now. Okay, but this is already leveraging the belly, so this is actually positive. We saw that for the buttocks it wasn't really working very well. So even this slight leverage here, even though not sufficient, can be positive for solving these artifacts, because they are just huge garbage artifacts by default. So I already know that this bone is not good for the back, and here actually is already the back. Maybe we should remove. So for some strange reason it doesn't work very well for, or didn't work very well for the buttocks. So it's not a symmetric thing for solving the shapes, right? You can abstract and say it's yeah, this is volume loss, but this thing will help a little. But then yeah, I really, this thing is shouldn't be that much. Usually it's not that much, so exactly there it's a bit strange. I think it's just what's going there is I think the hips just needs more stronger waves here. Now we see that this is not, it's not sufficient. Yeah, this I'm doing is very dangerous. It looks like it's giving some sort of stability. This spine here, yeah. Maybe this spine is, no, even worse. So, hip left could be this one. No, this is actually helping thigh. So maybe this exactly too much exaggerated on this region. But yeah, it's not sufficient. There are more stuff causing these horrid results. Yeah, usually you don't want exactly in this part. Yeah, so one way to go, and even though it's also problematic, like you could try like shape keys, corrective shape keys method with deltas, right? And usually we can get the good shapes, but then with the deltas things start to get complicated, and the intersection, the gradation of the changing of the rate of change of the shape, you need like to have corrective shape key on many strategic pose that is not right. That would be like if you're really drawing each pose manually. So here, unfortunately, I think I've messed up some of the things, but the thing was already very, very messed up, so it's not like here. I think I'm just gonna reduce the hips again. Is the first change that I've made here. So I'm gonna just clean a little this exaggeration. But whatever you do here, so whatever you get in the end, the fact with waves, of course, that the automation of the bones can disrupt everything too easily, right? So whatever the disaster is, as long as you don't have some automation that is, or some bone setup that is destroying everything all the time, everything is like fixable if it's not chaotic. If you can understand what the bones are doing, they are not too hard to control, to change their behaviors, to change a little, then you can in principle solve anything with like for example these horrid things. Yeah, create some other helper bones which will push the mesh, or corrective shift. You just try to fix. What I'm trying to do is not just fixing what happens. If I was just focusing on fixing, I would just be doing that kind of task and forgetting about. But what I'm trying to do is more complex. I'm trying to find a way to do the thing that would be more intuitive and more magicful. Yeah, so I keep experimenting because I believe there should be some way to do this in a more positive ways, right? And okay, so this is the typical volume loss. So this volume loss, if I can't solve with this new method of leverage, I can, although I probably can improve it from the leverage, this is the idea, then we can solve this with the fanny bones. So it's the bones or shuttle bones, helper bones that will push precisely that mesh on demand for certain things. This can also be done with action bone constraint, but I don't like this too much because the action bone constraint require actions, and also they are also dependent on deltas. I think that they don't solve the deltas. They give some options, but they are very costly to develop, to make. So I'd only use those things for very specific case, not for corrective. There is an add-on that is RBF nodes, I think, but it lags my rigs, so, or should try again at this point. But many add-ons that are rigging add-ons, physics add-ons for bones, they it's just as the subdivision surface modifier, they tend to lag the rigs, unfortunately, and so they become for me unusable. Or if you that RBF nodes is very cool in the sense that if it was usable by me, but maybe I should try again. Because it calculates drivers, so it sort of it reads delta, so it's a smart way to get beyond even action bone constraints. You want the to draw, you want some shape here, some corrections from this pose. Could be a corrective shape key, could be a helper bones to be posed here or there. You just pose the bones and then you make it drives everything like automatically. So you give a point, you give a pose, you give the bones or the things, then you make it happen. It has some last time I tried, it had some limitations, but there are workarounds. And the real problem for me that I stopped using was because I couldn't get rid of the lag on my computer. Then what is pose mode lag, right? Because the thing was running. So no, it's not. There at some point I discovered it was related to the subdivision surface modifier, of course. But even without, I think it was also reduced already the performance. So yeah, for me this is not very nice for the purpose of 3D animation, right? Smooth, agile results. Okay, I am testing here. So I think I'm tired enough. So here, folks, we got some beginnings on this idea. And we see that, so my idea is to, instead of having this as a loose bone, it can totally be something like this one, right? So this is actually a belly lever, but we can improve this. We could actually make this whole thing here act, right? In different ways according to the needs. So this will require some investigation of the inverse kinematics panel. So it's not for the bone engineering, so to improve their reactions, right? It's just playing with these options of the I key of Blender. So this has no waves. So this is a buttocks lever. So it's principle. Yeah, it can go in any direction. So this was more. So what I did was that besides the fan bones and the fanny bones around, which require deltas, now maybe they don't require the new setup. Then we have this one, which will just will be parent to the hips, right, to the torso, something in the torso. So they are stable, while this is like not unstable, but it follows. This is the derotation of the thigh. So this rotates a lot, while this stays static. So they correspond to the spine. And so each of them will leverage, or this one is very good because we can solve this artifacts on the side often by pushing it outwards, or so. It can be made out of bendy bone splines, but this is artifact solving. This is not smooth improvement of muscles. No, it's not some simple shit. This is why bendy bone splines, yeah, can use, but it's more complicated to automate, to build, and it won't be better necessarily for solving artifacts than this. We can of course have this as connected chain stretched. So I'm trying to do the connected thing with the with this I key, which has also its caveats. For example, the problem is to make even tinier automation. You need to investigate the you need to be a bit familiar with the behaviors of the IKEA, and you need some exploration. So it's hard to prescribe a rule for this. Let's leave it connected. So it's a bit painful to build this the to discover what will work, but when it works, it's very good. So yeah, folks. So today we got some sort of improvement. Not all that I wanted. We missed the UVs texture fixing, but we're gonna be back tomorrow for more, and let's see what we can achieve. I'll try to do more work on all this regard here before. Thanks for watching, folks. Please like, subscribe if you like this content. Take care, happy blender, have a nice weekend. See you soon.